Adam, couple days before your fight, man, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Feeling ready. Up here still. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Feeling ready. All the preparation's been put in, and yeah, I'm just ready to get back in there and show what I've been working on, show what I've sacrificed to, get back in there.
Where the hell have you been?
I made a journey down to Scottsdale, Arizona, kind of relocated from my fight camp, and been training down there. But as far as why I haven't been back in there, had a little bit of an injury, which I think kind of cost me an opportunity. So had to heal up with that, and then got back all good to go and got back into training camp.
What was the decision to go down to fight ready?
You don't know how long you're going to be, here in this sport. So I had trained and prepared all my life through the same trainers, same coaches, same gym. And so I figured, I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't really put myself out there, put myself in a little bit bigger pond and not be the big fish and, go get my butt kicked a little bit and try to learn some new skills.
And how has that been, actually fighting with UFC fighters, a world-class gym? What's the difference? And can you tell the difference?
No. I have the pleasure of training with Kelvin Gastelum and Dan Moret and Ray Waters, guys that you may know or will know of. And, the competition level, the competitiveness there is completely different than what was going on with me back in my hometown, where I was basically preparing with my amateur fighters that I coached, So it's it was definitely an eye-opener. I think I was a little naive in thinking that I couldn't prepare for the best in the world without having top-level guys.
How are you enjoying the Arizona heat?
The Arizona heat, as long as you got a little bit of shade, it's all good. Maybe I'm coming into my my sunbathing stage. I don't know.
It's been about a year since you've fought, and I guess what was the biggest thing you took away from the Mike Malott fight?
Biggest thing I took away, well, it was a heck of an experience to get bumped up to the main card, to be invited to the press conference, to be basically walking out before, great fighters like Charles Oliveira, Beneil Dariush, Amanda Nunes. Honestly, again, I think I was a little naive in thinking I the moment wasn't too big for myself. And so getting that experience, getting to learn that and kind of humble myself again. And, that's kind of what this sport's all about, is just, learning lessons. And so be humble, be grateful. Don't put yourself up on a pedestal like, oh yeah, you're the next big thing in the sport. So.
Josh Quinlan, man, on paper, this is a very, very fun fight. It seems like someone's going to get finished brutally. So I guess what are your thoughts on Josh?
I mean, you said it, man. He's both of us got the ability to finish the other one. So heavy-handed boxer. I heard he's got a BJJ black belt as well. Very durable. I know he's going to be in there from start to finish, looking to put my lights out. And I'm going to be in there, from start to finish, trying to put him out. So I know we're both kind of in the same boat. We're both 1-2, which doesn't look good on paper. I've been saying it in most of the interviews. I really believe that this is a winner stays and loser kind of goes home. Winner gets that next contract. So, this is it, man. This is any fight could be your last fight, and that's how I look at this one.
Does that give you a lot of pressure on your shoulders?
No, I don't think pressure. The right motivation, the right mindset, the right kind of focus.
Well, how do you get your hand raised on Saturday?
I go in there, I run the skills and basically do all the drills that I've been practicing in camp, and the finish will happen. Like you said, this one has got the making for a finish, no matter the way you look at it. So I think the finish will happen. I just got to make sure that I'm running my game and not playing into his traps.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Adam.
Yeah.
I was on your Instagram looking at like your words of wisdom video.
Oh, yeah.
And you was talking about a lot of stuff. Can you speak on like the dark character you said you had in you?
The dark character given to me by Laura Senko. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, that's just, I don't know, when you look at me and you see the glasses and, you know, you don't really see that dark character inside, but, you know, that's something that formulated way back when, you know, kind of being the often overlooked, the guy with the punchable face, you know, the one that, you know, a lot of people wanted to, you know, in my early years wanted to test, you know, so that's where that developed, you know, just like that kind of always looking over your shoulder, going into, you know, any kind of sport, you know. I was essentially the bench guy. I had to prove myself. So just always, you know, kind of having to overcome the odds. That's where that dark character was formulated and where I've really honed it.
Mm. I know you mentioned this is a win or go home situation for you this weekend, but before this weekend, have you been able to just appreciate the fact that you became a UFC fighter and maybe accomplish a goal for yourself?
Yeah, no, this whole journey is just, you know, it's led to, especially this last camp, it's been about being grateful. I think we looked on the line or something like that, and on Tapology or something like that, and it's like you're like one of the best 100 fighters in the world. You know, that's a huge accomplishment. So just finding places to, you know, find that gratitude and you know, just it's not every day somebody gets to live their life, you know, as an athlete, and you know, I'm very thankful for that. It's been honestly, I think that was my biggest goal, my biggest dream as a kid was I wanted to be a professional athlete. I wanted to be, you know, out there for the youth to see that it's like, you know, they see me, then they think they can go do the same thing. I know that's a little cliche, but that is truthful, and you know, that's how I feel.
What's been one like the biggest lessons you learned through this journey for yourself?
Consistency. Probably another cliche one, but consistency is key, you know. Every day, you got to get in there. There's a phrase of a title of a book that I read, carry water and chop wood, you know, and that is literally what we have to do. We have to find those things, you know, we have to find our carrying water and carrying our chopping wood, and that's, for me, repetition, you know, every day in the gym. The strength training, which I did not like to do the first, you know, 10 years of my career. I was like, I don't want to lift weights. I don't want to, you know, I'm a mixed martial artist. I'm not a weightlifter, you know. Finding, you know, happiness in doing that, just consistency day in and day out, and constantly trying to add things to help your game.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
What's up, everybody?
Jose, how are you?
Oh, there you are. How you doing, baby?
Good, dude. 2 days before your fight, man, how are you feeling?
Man, I feel phenomenal, bro. I'm so ready to showcase. So excited.
A 6-foot flyweight. Talk about the decision to drop down.
Actually, the decision came. Well, I've actually fought at flyweight before, but I was an amateur and I was much younger. So there was a huge concern that you put on a significant amount more muscle. How easy would that be? Because it was terrible last time. I'm not even gonna lie, it was terrible. However, with the proper guidance of the nutritionist over here at the PI, it's been going great. Strength and conditioning has been phenomenal thanks to my coach, Aaron Nermore. He's right there in the crowd. And for my last camp, it was at 35, and I felt amazing making 135. Matter of fact, I was lower than 135 yesterday, and I feel amazing. I have energy. I haven't lost my voice, nothing. I'm just ready to showcase and then shock everybody.
Has the camp been a lot of dieting, or have you, I guess, kind of put in thought and you went and got all the kind of guidance to make it, your working skill and dieting?
Working skill and a little bit of dieting. To be honest, I eat what I like to eat. However, I do it in moderation, and I'm very smart about it, and I'm very strict on my water intake. And with the strength and conditioning I've been doing, I'm in phenomenal shape, so it makes the cut even easier. I don't feel as fatigued. I don't feel as tired. I should be feeling tired right now. You're right. I am 6 foot, going to 125. I fought as high as 155 before, but I'm going to make this look easy.
With, another name jumping into the flyweight division, was that kind of like a move that you thought, possible because, the division's kind of wide open right now? So do you see yourself being a player in this division?
I see myself being a champion in this division. I like that matchup with Pantoja soon. And I'm going to show y'all why soon. This guy is ranked number 16 or something like that. After I take him out, I want either a top 15 or top 10 guy. All eyes are going to be on me. All eyes are going to be on me. There's no way for it not to be. I'm huge. I'm going to make history. I had my fight at 135 and was fairly successful. I'm going to go back up and I'm going to dominate that division too, but first I want to take the 125 division.
How relieving was it to get your first UFC win last time out?
I don't want to say it was super relieving because it was like, get it out the way. It was more so like I knew it was coming. I knew I had to stay focused and dedicated. I knew I had to get my damn eyes together because I've had 3 eye surgeries in the last year. So once those got situated, now everything is just falling right on track. I knew it was going to come. We knew it was going to come. We believed in our preparation, and now we're here.
You've had eye problems for years. What's going on?
Man, when I was 4 years old, I was diagnosed legally blind. It was due to birth issues, and my eyes have always been my enemy. I see that of a 78-year-old man when I was 5 years old. That's what my vision was. So I've always struggled with that. When I was an amateur and the regional scene pro, I never fought with contacts in, and I never had corrective surgery on my eyes. I fought just completely on the distance of my body, hearing footsteps, timing, everything like that. Basically, you can say I was kind of like the daredevil of MMA. But now that my eyes are fixed and I see everything clearly, for my eyes being worse, it helped me fix my defenses. I had to be more defensively sound. Now I can be more offensively effective with me being able to see what I can.
Awesome. Well, I'm happy that you finally got your eyes taken care of. How do you see this matchup kind of playing out?
I see him shooting from my ankles from the jump. There's no disrespect to him. It's all respect. Assalamu alaikum, to him and his culture and his country. But you would be an idiot not to shoot on me. I'm 6 foot. You're 5'4". You have like a 60-something inch reach. Almost have a 72-inch reach. And I've been known to knock people out. It's what I've done my whole career. So if you think that the smartest thing for you to do is just to stand out and play the striking game with me, I don't know. I think he's smarter than that, so he's going to be shooting for a takedown early.
You were known for your finishes. Do you see yourself getting one on Saturday?
absolutely see me a finish on Saturday. Whether it be him getting lost in the scrambles and he can, him finding himself in a bad submission. We work hard on that. I just got promoted to brown belt as well. People don't really know that I wrestled a lot. I just don't like to wrestle no more. You kind of fall in love with knocking people out. And if we stay on the feet, that's what will happen.
Good luck, man.
Thank you so much.
What's your typical walking weight now when you're not in camp?
When I'm not in camp, I'm being a fat ass. Probably about 148, close to 150.
That's not too bad. So, I mean, realistically, I know you said that you want to take care of the flyweight before you go up to anything higher. Is that realistic to be able to kind of switch between two? Because it seems like you have to change your lifestyle to live a certain way to be able to maintain a flyweight.
It's funny because everyone's talking to me about flyweight. Excuse me. Everyone's talking to me about flyweight. We're already talking about featherweight. That's what we're already discussing right now, our future plans. We're going to dominate the 125 division, the 135 division, at 45. And once I get a little older, if I'm still in this game, I'm going to go 55 too.
That's incredible. And you mentioned the eyes. In terms of percentage of how dangerous you are now to what you were before, how many levels above are you fighting now than what you were before when your eyes were sort of hindering you?
I feel like before I was at about, honestly, to be completely honest with myself and with y'all, I was at about 50%. But I'm extremely athletic. I've played every sport that you can possibly think of, and that has really guided me and really helped me as far as my timing and being conditioned. Now that we've corrected those eyes and we've upped the strength and conditioning and we've upped the intensity in training, wrestling rounds, everything, I'm going to be 100%.
That's awesome. What are your keys to the victory on Saturday? What needs to happen to make sure that you get your arms raised?
Stay focused. Watch my ankles.
Good luck. You can take as many as you want.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
How do you feel? How do you feel? Are you ready for your fight this weekend?
気分はどうですか？
とても、今は I'm good. I'm ready.
What are you looking to show the division and show the world this weekend?
フライ級に対して世界に対して今週末何を見せたいですか？
やっぱフライ級、世界に、僕の実力と、衝撃を与えたいと思います。
I want to show my technical skills, everything what I have, and then also to the world.
What has been one of your main focuses for your training camp for this fight?
今回のトレーニングキャンプでどこに集中されましたか？
相手が、経験ある、オールラウンダーなんで、どの局面でもどの作戦でも戦えるようにしてきました。
Alex Perez is the all-rounder. He has everything, so I can beat him at all aspects. That's my preparation for this training camp.
How do you want to win this weekend?
どういうふうに勝ちたいですか？
ノックアウトかチョークで勝ちたいです。
Knockout or choke?
With the victory this weekend, who are you looking for next?
今週末の先、誰と戦いたいですか？
希望はパントージャー。
My target is Pantoja.
What holes do you see in Pantoja's game that you feel like you can exploit?
Say that again.
What holes do you see in Pantoja's game that you feel like you can exploit?
パントージャとの試合に向けてどういう展開を予想してますか？
やっぱ最近の彼を見ててやっぱ5ラウンド疲れる試合するんで3ラウンドぐらいで仕留める試合をしたいです。
Recently he fought 5 rounds, so I'm gonna beat him up by the 3rd round.
Going on to this weekend, when you was given Alex Perez, do you feel like this is a step up in your career or a step down?
Against Alex Perez? アレックス・ペレス選手と戦うにあたって自分にとってキャリアのステップアップになると思いますか、それともステップダウンになると思いますか？
もちろんステップアップします。
Of course, this is gonna be my step up process.
Thank you.
Tatsuro, was there any hesitancy taking this main event after only fighting on the prelims your first few fights in the promotion?
ずっとプレリムで試合をされてきて、今回メインカードかつメインイベントが初めてというので今の気持ちを聞かせてください。
I'm happy, thank you. もうとてもやばいプレリムだったんで、すごく嬉しくて、またポスター見て、すごく嬉しいです。
I'm pretty happy to be in the main card, main event. Of course, I'm in the poster, and I was signing on my face, and I'm pretty excited about that.
With the division kind of being really wide open right now, do you think if you go out there and finish Alex Perez, you can leapfrog someone like Manel Kopp or Mohamed Mokaev?
今フライ級はかなりオープンな状態だと思うんですけど、アレックス・ペレスと戦った後にモカエフとかケープが次試合するので、そういう人たちと戦ってみたいと思いますか？
その勝者とやりたいです。
I want to fight with Mokaev or Kev, which was winner.
And finally, over the weekend, another really big Japanese fighter, Caceres, got signed to the UFC. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
朝倉海選手が UFC と契約したという報道がありましたが、何かコメントありますか？
日本人のファイターが増えて、負けずと頑張っていきたいなと思います。
It's good to have lots of Japanese fighters in UFC, so we can fight each other, not fight each, we can work on to become UFC more popular in Japan.
Cool. Thank you.
I'm sure it was fun signing the poster, like you said, but as a main event, there's also extra media responsibilities. What's this week been like for you with all the extra added stuff being the main event on the fight?
メインイベンターとしていろんなこういうプレスカンファレンスとか、お仕事が増えたと思うんですけど、それに対してはどういうふうに感じてますか？
メインイベンターとしての実感が湧いてきて、楽しいですね。
Actually, I'm enjoying this moment because I feel like I am a main eventer.
Has friends and family back home reaching out to you and telling you how excited they are to see you atop the card?
お友達やご家族の皆さんがあなたがメインイベントだっていうことでなんかこうすごいねとか感想とか寄せてきてたりメッセージをもらったりしてますか？
そうですね、やっぱメインイベンターでみんな嬉しがってくれて、ポスターちょうだいってみんな言ってます。
They are pretty happy and then want to have my poster.
I can imagine. And I feel like the UFC is setting you up that if you get a big win here, that you might be able to headline a card back in Japan. Do you think with a nice definitive win here, you think that's something that the UFC would take you back to Japan for a big event?
今回の試合に勝つと UFC がまた日本でイベントをやりたいっていうかもしれず、その時にまたメインイベントっていうことになるかもしれないんですけど、それに向けて何かこう思いとかありますか？
日本に UFC の日本大会で開くっていうのはやっぱ僕の夢でもありますし、そこでメインのファイターとして、戦いたいです。
Having the UFC event in Japan is also my goal and my dream, and then also to be in the main event or main card, that's gonna be pretty happy for me.
I bet. Has it been challenging always having to come over here for fight? I feel like you're at the Apex all your fights. Has it been an extra challenge to always have to come overseas to fight?
ずっと Apex の試合が多いと思うんですけど、海外の試合が続くことに対してなんかこうハードだったりとかそういうことはありますか？
もう慣れてますし、ハードというよりかはもう、お家に帰ってきたみたいな、だから本当に試合に集中できてる感じはしますね。
I've got used to this, so I feel like this is my home, like second home. So I'm pretty excited about this to fight in Las Vegas in Apex.
And last for B, your keys to the victory. What needs to happen to make sure that you get your arm raised on Saturday?
土曜日に、あなたの腕が上がる、つまり勝利するための鍵となることは何ですか？
気持ち、ジャパニーズサムライソウル。
Japanese samurai spirit.
Thank you.
Lucas, welcome to Fight Week. It's just a couple days away before you get in there. How are you feeling? What are the emotions like coming into this?
Bem-vindo novamente para mais uma semana de luta. Falta poucos dias agora para você voltar a lutar. Como é que você está se sentindo?
Hello, good morning. I'm good, thank you.
How was fight camp?
Como é que foi esse camp?
Pô, esse camp foi sinistro, né? Pô, treinei muito, foquei muito no meu oponente. A gente fez um camp, pô, intenso desde o começo do ano já, mas na hora que marcou a luta, intensificamos mais ainda, né, nos treinamentos. E estou pronto para sábado aí chegar lá e trazer a vitória para minha casa.
This camp was hardcore. We had a lot of focus on my opponent. Camp was already very hard. We were already going at it very hard before the fight was scheduled, but actually when it was scheduled, we intensified training, and I feel very ready to actually come back with the win and take it back home.
Once you got the name Timothy Cuamba, what were your initial thoughts on your opponent? Where is he dangerous, and what sort of stuff were you preparing for?
Quando o Cuamba foi marcado como teu oponente, quando você viu o nome, você falou, pô, que perigos que ele traz para mim, o que eu sei dele, como é que você vê ele como oponente?
Quando marcou a luta, né, não tem tanta informação assim, né, do Cuamba, ele não tem tanta luta assim, mas o que eu vejo, ele é um cara explosivo, né, um cara que luta muito bem em pé também, é um cara que veio do wrestling, né, da luta agarrada, né, diferente da minha origem, né, que é da trocação, mas eu sou faixa preta de jiu-jitsu, treino no wrestling, né, já vai fazer 3 anos que eu treino wrestling, treino jiu-jitsu já há 10 anos, então nada de perigo. O meu jogo, pô, tô mais explosivo, tô mais forte. E é isso que eu vou mostrar lá sábado.
When I got the name, obviously I didn't know much about him, and you just obviously do the research, and you find out that this is a guy that comes from wrestling. And you know, unlike I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I come from striking differently, but hey, I've been doing wrestling for 3 years, and I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 10. So you adapt your training, and I do believe that we match up really well, and I'm going to show that on Saturday.
And I know the last couple of times in the octagon, things didn't go your way, but when you go to a training camp, do you take things away from those fights, or do you specifically train for your opponent? Like, were there things that you knew that you needed to adjust in this training camp, or do you specifically just focus on your opponent?
Eu sei que da última vez a luta não foi do jeito que você esperava. O que você faz quando passa por uma situação dessa? Você aprende com a luta anterior e fala, pô, eu vou consertar erros da luta anterior, ou você foca no próximo oponente e vê aquilo que eu posso trazer para essa luta? Eu vou focar nele, é nisso que eu vou focar, ou tem coisas realmente que tem que aprender, melhorar da última luta que você pode trazer para essa?
Sim, com certeza. Após minha última luta, eu fiz um trabalho gigantesco, na psicanálise. Trabalhei muito minha mente. Eu falo sempre que a gente está lutando, o maior inimigo nosso é nós mesmos. E sábado eu quero provar isso. Quero provar que eu vim aqui para vencer eu mesmo. Passei por muita coisa após minha última luta e superei todas. Sábado só estou indo lá buscar o que é meu.
You know, I actually did a lot of work with my psychotherapist. It's something that you'd have to do because I always said that your biggest enemy is actually yourself. And that's what I want to show people. Like the person that I want to beat on Saturday is I want to show people just I want to overcome myself and anything that happens. It's just, I feel that Saturday I'm coming here to just take what's mine back and just show that to people.
The mental side, we often hear that from fighters, like that's the most difficult part. Like the training camp is hard, the fight's fun, but the mental side is the most challenging part. Is that a newer focus for you, dealing with that sort of thing? Is that something that you adapted to, or is that something that's always been part of your process?
O lado mental é uma coisa que muitos atletas falam. Então eles falam assim, o camp é difícil, lutar é divertido, mas o desafio realmente é mental. Isso é uma coisa nova para você? Tem incorporado essa psicanálise, tem incorporado o que você falou agora, ou uma coisa que você já vinha com isso antes?
Não, eu já fazia um trabalho, eu tinha parado. Aí após a minha última luta, eu voltei a fazer. E isso foi fundamental. Né? Fora isso, eu me aproximei mais de Deus. Eu e minha família se aproximamos mais de Deus. né? Voltamos aí a frequentar a igreja. Então, sinto que essa luta contra eu mesmo já venci. Sábado só tô indo lá buscar o que é meu.
Now, this is something that I had worked on before, and I worked with. I had stopped a little bit, so I went back to it. Also, my family, myself and my entire family, we got closer to God. I think we wanted to go back to church. We felt that we needed that proximity too. So that's something that we did as well, and I think that's really helped for what's happening on Saturday.
That's great to hear. That being said, are you feeling extra pressure with the 2 losses coming in on your shoulder, or are you the kind that you focus forward? This fight lives on its own.
E a minha última pergunta, é muito bom saber que você está passando por isso, que você passou por isso com a tua família. Você sente pressão por 22 derrotas, ou você é uma pessoa que olha assim, não, meu pensamento no futuro, eu não preciso olhar para o passado?
Desculpa, eu falo só o final.
Você é o tipo de pessoa que olha para uma situação como 2 derrotas e pensa assim, não, isso não importa, eu vou olhar para o futuro e não isso ficou no passado.
Sim, isso foi novo para mim, a primeira vez na minha carreira inteira que eu perdi 2 lutas seguidas. Então, como eu falei, foi difícil, né, no começo eu entender isso. Eu sempre ganhei todas as lutas minhas seguidas, né, difícil ter derrota. E, perdi na segunda luta, depois que eu perdi eu fiquei, né, abalado. Mas eu tenho uma família gigante, Deus está comigo todo dia. E eu sei que isso para mim não vai ser nada. Minha história, se você ver, é assim. Eu sempre vou lá e me supero. Então é isso que eu quero mostrar sábado novamente. A minha história de superação. Quero motivar outras pessoas se algum dia acontecer isso, que elas conseguem também dar a volta por cima e voltar com as vitórias.
This is new to me. Never in my life, never in my career. I actually had 2 straight losses, and I just always, racking up consecutive wins. So it was new to me to actually go through that. So I had to go through a lot of stuff to understand what's happening, why that happened, and what can be done. And that's the work that you put in. You want to show what you're here for. To go back and I want to make sure that I inspire people, that I show why I'm here. To those who look up to me, because I do have people to inspire that look up to me. They can do it as well, and you want to go back into the win column. So that's what you did.
And last for me, I'm sure this fight is played out in your head tons of times. How do you see the fight playing out on Saturday, and how do you get your arm raised?
Eu imagino que você visualiza essa luta na tua cabeça. Essa luta já passou na tua cabeça. Então, o que você vê na tua cabeça no sábado?
Desde o dia que marcou a luta, a minha visualização é que o primeiro round vai ser difícil, vai ser uma luta bem disputada no primeiro round, mas no segundo round eu vou acabar com a luta.
Ever since this fight was actually scheduled, the way I have envisioned it is a very hard fight, and a hard-fought fight in the first round, very tough, and for me to finish this fight in the second round. All good in here? Thank you.
Thank you.
we've had fighters take their kids up there before and just literally take the mic and like the interview just goes down the window. But it's all good.
Mic check, mic check. All right.
Well, here we are, fight week. You know, you got the family with you. You know, how you feeling coming into another fight here at the Apex?
You know, it feels like I was just here. You know, it's starting to feel like this is my second home, and I feel good. I feel really, really good this week.
I was going to say, a lot of people, you know, obviously everybody would want to fight down at T-Mobile if they get the opportunity, but there are some benefits to fighting out of the Apex. I imagine, you know, sometimes people like the crowd to fight. Sometimes people like the quiet to hear their coaches. Where do you sort of stand on fighting here at the Apex?
You know, I would love to have a crowd. A crowd does give you energy, but at the same time, the Apex always has a little bit of a crowd, and this is becoming just routine for us, you know, like the whole process of it, the whole process of getting checked in, and I mean, just the whole week, it feels so familiar. So that's really beneficial. I feel like when it comes to like fight week and everything, it feels so familiar. I'm so used to it. My mind and my body is so used to it. It's just what I do.
How was fight camp coming into this fight?
It was great. You know, had the right amount of adversity, the right amount of ups and downs, and I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling really locked in.
When you say adversity or ups and downs, you're talking about like days that feel good, days feel like you're on point, days that are challenging, or is it just like the opponents that you bring in? Like when you say that, what sort of stuff do you mean?
Yeah, just the days you feel good, the ups and downs. You know, the days you feel good fight-wise, like skill-wise, the days you feel good mentally, just there's so many different ups and downs that come with fight camp, you know. And my coach Trey Ogden always says that adversity is the backdrop to MMA, and so you got to expect it and you got to embrace it. So if there's no adversity in fight camp, it seems a little bit weird, but there wasn't too much. It was just the right amount. I'm healthy. I feel like I'm healthier than I've ever been going into a fight. Mentally, I'm super locked in. I'm ready to just showcase the best version of Miles that there is. You know, I'm not even. I want to win. I want to win really freaking bad. But at the same time, over winning, I just want to show the best version of myself.
Well, all right, well, let's say like that. Is the best version a quick knockout? Is the best version that takes a little adversity in the fight and then perseveres? Or is it just somebody that just goes out there and dominates? What's the best version of you that you would like to see on Saturday?
There's truly no telling. Douglas is a very skilled opponent. He has a lot of heart. He has the warrior spirit. And the only people that have beat Douglas are top-tier guys. And they've all said, man, that was a challenge. You know, he's going to go out there and he's going to go out on his shield no matter what. So I don't know. I do believe that if he's throwing some naked kicks and he's trying to throw his power, that I could time that, I could put his lights out. You know, he gets hurt in a lot of his fights. But at the same time, I'm expecting to go through some adversity. I'm expecting him not to make this easy for me. But I'm really excited to be where I'm at here. Yeah, I feel like people don't really understand where I was in my life when I took my losses. You know, when the challenge came, I was going through the hardest part in my life, and now I'm here and I feel good.
We often hear from fighters, you know, in fact, it was just mentioned some other fighters earlier, you know, the losses is one thing, but the mental side of the game is, if anything, the most challenging part of the fight game that there is. You know, training camps are hard, fights are fun, but do you feel like the mental side of the game is maybe the most challenging part of fighting?
It is, until you get control of it. You know, I feel like I grew up in this company, you know, as a fighter, and I did go through some of the most challenging times in my entire life while I was a UFC fighter. And I think that they came out in the cage in front of the whole world, you know. And since then, I've had some good wins. You know, I've made some changes. I went back home and I was in search of the old Miles, the high school wrestling Miles that had a heart of a lion, that everybody knew that. And I found him, and I've got some good wins since then, but no staple wins, like none that people are like, oh, that's got to be a big staple. I mean, they had Cody Gibson picked. A lot of people had Dan Argueta picked, you know, but afterwards people are like, oh, yeah, I could see how Miles won this fight. This one I feel like is going to be a staple in my career. That's like, okay, this kid does have the potential that we thought that he may have. This kid is a top 10 bantamweight in the world, because I am, and I know I am.
Is that in part because the type of opponent that you have across from you? You know that when I think of this on paper, I see two guys are going to meet right in the middle of the octagon and throw some hands. I mean, is he the right dance partner for you to kind of show those sort of skills? And do you envision that he's going to be coming at you quick right from the get-go?
I do think he is the perfect dance partner. I think that he is, like I said, the only guys that beat him are top-tier guys. Like, the only losses he's had, he's 29-5. Everybody that's beat him is a very good fighter, top 15 guy. So I do feel like this is the one that I need to cement the fact, to answer a lot of questions like what potential does this kid have in this division? What potential does this kid have in this company? I'm about to answer those questions for everybody.
And like you said, with a tough opponent like them, what do you think this would do for you in the division? Where do you think this would place you in the division with a nice definitive win? And does it have to be a definitive win, or is a win enough to show the division that you're on your way up?
Of course, I would love to bring home the 50 Gs, you know? I'm looking for, every time I go out there, I'm looking to put your lights out. And Douglas has been hurt in a lot of his fights. And if you've been hurt against other guys, you're going to get hurt against me. So I would love to have one of those fights. But at the same time, if it's a grimy fight that I show that I do got heart, that I do have the heart of a lion, then that's what it is. I'll get the win. But like I said, I'm less worried about the result, and I'm more worried about the miles that shows up Saturday night, you know. And I get a little emotional talking about it just because I'm grateful to be here.
How active, say the miles that you want to show up shows up, how active is that miles? Are you the kind that you want to fight 2 or 3 times a year? Is it 2 times the perfect number so you have time to recover, prepare? How often would you like to see yourself in there?
You know, this is my 3rd fight in 9 months, and I feel like that's really helped me find my flow. It's really helped me just find my flow with the fight camp, with the weight cut, with everything. After this, depending, I would maybe I wouldn't say I would take a long time off, because 3 months, I'm sure I'll be ready to go at it again. You know, I'm trying to make a real career out of this. I'm trying to get ahead financially, and we'll just see what happens. But this is my 3rd fight in 9 months, and it feels great. It feels like the right time.
Is your son going to be there fight night?
He's gonna be there fight night.
Is that the sort of thing that amps you up? I mean, obviously, might not be too old enough to recognize what it is, but is that something that's going to be special for you to have that, and is that going to push you forward that night?
It always, my wife and my son being there, that's my youngest son, my youngest of 4, them being there, it always means so much to me. My wife is such a big part of this whole journey. Yeah, and then I got my 3 other boys. Sorry.
No, I love it. We often forget, you know, outside of it, we see the fighter, we see the entertainment, we understand there's a team behind that, you know, so this all means something. So I think it's great to see the emotion, because obviously you could tell that this means something for you.
Yeah, it means a lot, and I'm not making it a bigger deal than it is. You know, I'm not out here like I need this win. I'm just out here to show the world who I am.
And Saturday, last for me, what are your keys to the victory? What needs to happen to make sure that you get your arm raised on Saturday?
I need to fight my fight. I need to no free kicks. You know, he's a good kicker. He's a good striker. Anytime he throws those kicks up, I'm gonna punch him right in the mouth. And I just need to fight my fight. I need to push the pace. I need to drag him to the deep waters, and I need to show him. What I'm all about.
Is Elijah going to get a shot on the Contender Series this year, or what's up?
I hope so. Yeah, he's got to be here, and he's training. I know he's training hard. It sucks not having him on this journey right with me, you know, because he's in Dallas. But he's always there. You know, he's always there in spirit, and he'll be here. I hope he gets a shot on the Contender Series this summer for sure.
Awesome. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Cool.
All good?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Merchan.
Oi.
Welcome, Antonio. I'm sure this fight week has been something that you've been working for a long time. What's the excitement level coming in here and getting a chance to make your debut at the UFC?
Primeiramente, bem-vindo. Imagino que esse é um momento que você está esperando há muito tempo. Tão importante ter um Media Day aqui no UFC. Quais são as emoções de estar passando por uma experiência como essa, finalmente?
Eu estou muito feliz, né, por essa oportunidade. Finalmente, depois de 5 anos, 1.500 dias contados, finalmente chegou o dia, chegou a hora.
Very happy. I mean, I've been waiting for 5 years. You say quantos dias?
1.500 dias, quase.
Actually, almost 1,500 days to the day. I've been waiting for this opportunity to happen. Very excited to be here.
Are you talking about from when the Contender Series?
Do dia da Contender?
Isso,
Yes.
for sure.
Was there ever any point in waiting that you thought that maybe this chance wouldn't happen, or were you always confident that you would make it to the UFC at some point?
Teve algum momento durante toda essa espera que você falou assim, poxa, acho que não vai dar, ou você estava sempre confiante que você ia ter essa oportunidade?
Em vários momentos da minha vida eu pensei que não ia mesmo. Pensei, agora não vai mais, mas eu tinha um sonho que era o sonho de meu pai, meu falecido pai, e eu não podia desistir por ele, né? Então, todo momento quando eu pensava em desistir, eu pensava nele, então eu pensava em continuar nessa luta aí, né?
And there were many moments throughout this journey that I thought, this might not be it, this might not happen, and I thought, this was my dad's dream, my late dad's dream. Every time I thought about quitting, I thought about him, and I was like, I'm not going to quit. I'm going to continue this one.
That's incredible. Was your father a big fan of you in the mixed martial arts? Was he a big supporter for you?
Isso é uma história bem incrível de saber que você se você se apegou a isso. Teu pai era um fã de MMA? Teu pai era um cara que apoiava você?
Era. Meu pai era meu maior fã. Foi o cara que me apoiou a largar a faculdade quando toda a família foi contra. Então, desculpa aí.
My dad was my biggest fan. He's the guy that supported me and said, you can drop out of college, when all my entire family was against that.
That's incredible to have that support. I'm sure that means the most. But now that you are making your debut, what is the rest of the family saying now? And what are their thoughts now that you're getting a chance to live out your dream?
Muito bacana ter esse suporte nessa época, nesse apoio, quando as pessoas estavam contra. E hoje, como você olha para a família e fala, poxa, olha aí, eu não desisti, eu continuei na jornada e deu certo. E olha onde é que eu estou.
É difícil porque eu tenho 2 anos sem ver ninguém da minha família. Estou sem ver minha filha também. E é muito difícil. As pessoas me apoiam via celular, via internet, mas não é o mesmo suporte, não é a mesma coisa, né? É bem difícil. Então, estou aqui, né? Finalmente. E, fiquei mal com essa onda de meu pai.
It's been very hard. 2 years without seeing most of my family, 2 years without seeing my daughter, 2 years far away, 2 years just seeing them from, phone call or through a phone. It's different. It's very difficult to be here. And you have to be strong. And this situation, talk about my dad, really got me, man.
Yeah, I can imagine. So now that it's fight week, is it going to be tough to kind of put all those emotions and feelings that have led to this point, to put them behind you to be able to focus on the fight? Or is that the sort of stuff that when you enter the cage, that's what you need to help push you forward, to remember everything that you've been through and the people that have supported you to get you to this point?
Eu imagino como é que foi essa situação, imagino o que você está sentindo agora. Quando acontece uma situação como essa, quando você tem uma semana de luta como essa, você coloca essas dificuldades, coloca esses desafios para trás e tenta esquecer disso, dessa distância da família, todas as coisas que você mencionou, ou você usa isso como gasolina para te impulsionar, para te dar mais energia, para te estimular, para te inspirar, para você lutar bem no sábado?
Com certeza é um grande estímulo, mas a gente sabe que na luta a gente não pode levar para emoção, né? A gente tem que ser frio e calculista, estratégico, seguir a risca. Então, é um estímulo, não deixa de ser, mas na luta é mais estratégia.
It is a stimulus. It is an inspiration and a motivation, but you actually have to be very cold and calculated during the fight. It's supposed to, it's style and strategy, and that's what you need to go through. So you can't let your emotions get the best out of you. So style and strategy, always keep it straight into line.
And so tell me, what were you doing when you got the call, and what were your initial thoughts when you got Aliskerov as your opponent?
E o que você estava fazendo quando você recebeu a ligação? Porque você estava entrando no UFC e que você disse assim, pô, vai ser o Ikram Aliskerov que eu vou lutar. Como é que foi? Onde é que você estava quando recebeu a ligação? Como é que foi para você?
Na verdade, eu estava sem luta em casa, num dia de descanso, era uma quarta-feira, quando eu vi um anúncio que o sergipano tinha se machucado. Então, eu não pensei duas vezes, como eu tinha saído da minha luta anterior com o Almaci, né? Eu pedi essa luta. Eu não pensei duas vezes em tentar a oportunidade.
It was actually not a day that I was training or fighting or anything of the sort. Just, I was just relaxing at home, and I saw that Andre Muniz was injured, and that someone's going to have to step in. I had the fight before against Almeida, and now I didn't even think twice about accepting this fight.
Did you have time to learn anything about your opponent? Where do you think he's dangerous, or did you just kind of prepare for what you could do when you get into the cage?
Você teve tempo de aprender do teu oponente? Você não quase o que você vê pelo que você viu dele? O que você acha que ele traz para dentro do octógono que você possa explorar?
Eu acho que ele é um cara perigoso, ele é favorito, porém ele não tem o que ver muito de mim. Eu tenho que ver muito dele, né? Ele está lutando, tá ativo no UFC, então ele não sabe o que esperar de mim, né? Isso é uma surpresa.
Dangerous guy. That's what it is on the UFC, but he doesn't know what to expect of me. I'm the surprise for him.
That's awesome. And I know it's a debut. I'm sure you want to go out there and get a big, flashy win, but is it just about getting the win, or do you really want to make sure that you get some sort of extravagant finish out there?
Eu sei que a tua estreia no UFC, você quer ganhar, você quer sair com uma vitória, mas é só ganhar, ou você acha que você tem que chegar aqui e realmente dar uma balada e entrar com tudo e ser uma finalização boa, ser um final bacana?
Eu acredito no processo para o propósito, né? E se Deus me trouxe aqui é porque Ele tem um propósito muito grande na minha vida. Se eu era para estar aqui desde 2019 já trabalhando e não fiz, não foi feito, eu acredito que se Ele me trouxe aqui agora, 5 anos depois, é para um grande feito.
I think the process has a purpose, and I think the purpose is here. And if God didn't give me that purpose since 2019, and I'm having this opportunity now, it's for something big to be happening.
I believe that. And if you get the win, how busy are you going to would you like to be within the UFC?
E se você ganhar, se você sair daqui vencedor, quão ativo você quer estar agora em 2024? E quantas vezes mais você gostaria de poder lutar?
Eu quero voltar para aquele lance no Brasil, né, de lutar 5, 6 vezes ao ano. Eu quero ganhar dinheiro, só isso.
I want to go back to the old Brazilian roots of, fighting 5, 6 times a year. I want to make some money, man. That's what I'm going to do.
Awesome. Best of luck on Saturday.
Boa sorte, cara. Cool.
follow you up.
Alex, welcome to another fight week. How are you feeling?
Good, man. Can't wait for Saturday, you know. Happy to be back.
Is this your third headline event for the UFC?
Second.
Is this your second one?
Oh,
I thought it was
third.
second. No, it's second at the Apex.
Yeah, second at the third at the Apex because Davison, and then Nicolau, and then now this one. So it's my third main event. Yeah.
How's
Here.
that feel?
It feels good, you know. Not too many people get to do that in their career, and you know, especially being a kid from a small town. You know, you only dream about things like this, and you know, I'm grateful every day that I'm living my dream.
Speaking of that, you know, when I knew that was your fight week, so I looked up some old clips, and I found that there's a clip of you on YouTube, I think on the UFC channel, where you're talking to Laura Senko, I think, after your fight at the Contender Series, asking Dana, like, Dana, give me a shot. How crazy. Do you ever go back and look at that stuff and think about where your career is at now, and does this just feel sort of surreal at this point?
So I don't go back and look at videos. I actually hate cameras. I hate, not you guys, but I hate media. I hate media, but now I look back, I'm a guy, I have every pair of fight shorts I've ever had from like when I was an amateur to now, and I look back at that stuff, it just amazes me how far I've come. You know, like I said, I'm a small kid from a small town. You only dream of things like this, to get out of there, get out of Lemoore, and then do things like this, get to travel the world, get to be on TV. I have friends, family hitting me up like, hey, people, some of the guys I used to coach sending me videos of them knocking me out on the UFC game, you know, things like that. You know, it's all fun and games. I love it. I enjoy it. And I'm, like I said, I'm very blessed and grateful.
When you go back to that same old small town, do people recognize you on the street, or is it the kind of thing that you could still go back to a small town and you could feel normal again? I
can still feel normal, you know, which is good. I love it. I mean, some people recognize me, but I'm kind of the guy that, like, oh, you look at me, I look down because I don't want to see everybody. You know, I'm not a person that likes to, obviously, if you look at my social media, I'm not a person that likes to be, that posts too much. I'm not a person that, like, you know, that's not really on there. I'm a very private person, and I don't like cameras. I don't mind taking pictures with people. You know, obviously people are like, oh, like, take a picture? Of course. You know what I mean? I'm not that kind of person. But if it was my choice, no.
Well, it's kind of funny. So I guess it's your fighting is doing the talking for you. You know, a lot of fighters, it feels like sometimes they have to go on the social media to chirp, to sort of get these call-outs in these fights. What is it about you that here you are headlining again? You know, is it the fights? Is it what you've been able to show out there? Why do you think that you're getting so many of these opportunities?
I just think that I'm always ready. You know, I don't think I've ever turned down a fight in the UFC or in general. So I think that's what that helps. Obviously, like social media helps and stuff like that. But in 2010, when I started, Facebook was brand new. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like you had to really market yourself on social media. And then Instagram came when I was in college, maybe. You know what I mean? So it's not like I was accustomed to doing that. Where like guys now in this generation, that's what they see. That's what they feel like they have to do, and which is great. You know, it works for people, works for some people. But for me, I rather stay how I am. Very, very simple. You know.
Did you finish college?
No. My mom still yells at me to this day about that. I was a couple classes away, but I mean, we'll see.
What were you studying?
Criminal justice. So my older brother Julian, he graduated from high school. He's the first one to graduate, like all of us. He's my older brother. Graduated high school, went to San Francisco State, got his bachelor's. He's a cop out in Long Beach, and then went back, got his master's. You know, so it's kind of hard to put out there. You know, I'm the only one out of the oldest that didn't get a college degree, and my mom still kind of smacks me up for that. But we'll see eventually.
Well, we've seen, you know, even recently, multiple fighters have went into the law enforcement field. Is that something that you could maybe would still interest you possibly after your fighting days are over?
Maybe. Right now I got my acai business going, stuff like that. You know, I got different investments going. But I don't know if I can ever go back to a real job where I have someone above me, because then I could really time to fuck off, you know? I can't really talk like the way I'm used to talking. So I don't know if I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, so you get the headline event, you're up against Tatsuro Taira. What are your thoughts on him? Where is he dangerous? What are you expecting?
Man, he's tough. He's 15-0 for a reason. I know he was a champ outside the UFC. He's fought really good guys. People are like, oh, it's going to be an easy fight. Man, he's tough. Very good striker. Doesn't really get hit a lot. Very good grappler. Like, you know, usually like a lot of the Japanese guys I have trained with in the past are very good grapplers, very good strikers. You know, don't have that blend. And he has the blend. You know, he is a tough guy, you know. He's very good. He can hurt. If you've seen his fights, he's been able to drop people. He's been able to sub people, been able to go to decision. So he's well-rounded. I'm excited for the challenge. I want to be the guy that solves that puzzle.
I was going to say, because it almost seems like, you know, the Japanese market, this is the perfect candidate for somebody to go over there. So it's almost like the UFC is putting two future potential stars against each other. You know, do you kind of see it as this is a guy that's on the rise that the UFC's put in front of you as a challenge to maybe knock down?
Yeah, you know, honestly, like people ask me, like, why'd you take this fight? You could have got a top 5 guy. I'm like, man, I'm just here to fight. I keep winning, the title shot will be there. And this guy's a prospect. He has a lot of hype behind him. You know, I can take his hype when I beat him this weekend.
Well, that being said, I mean, how many more wins till you think you are in that top 5? Till you getting near that title contention?
I'm not too sure, man. I always tell people I'm not the matchmaker. I'm just a fighter. I'll let my manager handle that. I'll let Mick and them decide that. For me, in my mindset is I keep winning. They can't deny me that title shot, right? So I just keep racking up these wins, and we'll go from there.
And is it just a win, or do you need to have like definitive finishes? You know, some exciting finish to keep moving up, or is it just about staying in the W column?
For me, obviously, the way I like to fight, I like to come out there and try to finish guys, but you can't control the outcome of the fight. So for me, like, obviously, I would love to go out there and touch everybody with the jab. The first 30 seconds, they go down. But one of those things, a win's a win in my book.
Yeah, and with your guys' both fighting style, you got to think you guys are going to meet in the middle and then just throw lots of leather, right?
Yeah, you know, I like that. I'm Mexican. I like that. I like to sit there and fight. So hopefully that happens. But I think it's going to be a very fun fight. I mean, like I said, he's fun to watch. He's a very good grappler. A lot of scrambles and stuff like that. So it's also going to be a high pace.
Keys to the victory. What needs to happen to make sure you get your hands raised on Saturday?
Keys to victory for me is just go out there and have fun, do my thing. When I'm having fun, when I'm working, no one could beat me.
Good luck for Saturday.
Thank you.
Going back to you being so active this year, what are things you do physically that allow you to just get back in the octagon so quickly?
Like I said, when I started fighting in 2010, my first year my first, I think 9 months, I did 7 fights in 9 months.
Wow.
So I'm just used to being active. I come from a wrestling background, so we compete every weekend. During our high school season, we'll get about 40 matches. In the summer, for freestyle and Greco, when we're traveling for like the U.S. team and stuff like that, the California team, I'm getting matches every weekend, at least 70 to 80 matches a week. A summer, competing, whether it's competing at tournaments, going to wrestling camps, going to national tournaments. So for me, I think that's a big thing that helps me, is just coming from that wrestling background.
What do you do for a break then?
Wrestle, man.
Before the last victory, you was on a 3-fight losing streak. What did you take from each loss that you applied that led to your recent victory and that could lead to a victory this weekend?
Honestly, not too much. I mean, obviously, you have to clean up things here and there, but my training schedule kind of stayed the same. I just addressed, obviously, like the jiu-jitsu. I was all right, I got to add more jiu-jitsu in, things like that. Nothing crazy major, I think when you're at this level, it's a game of inches, right? And one of those things, like, I mean, you can have the best camp in the world and still go out there and lose. You can have the worst camp in the world and go out there and win. I think it's a game of inches. So, like I said, I just addressed certain techniques and just kind of kept going through that. Just stay training, stay the course. I think a lot of people try to when they lose, they try to go dive so much into that martial art or that aspect of it that they forget about everything else. And in MMA, you can't do that. I feel like in other sports you can, but in MMA, there's so much going on and so much evolution in the sport that you have to stay consistent with everything.
How would you grade your progression in the sport from your debut to now?
It's been crazy because when I first started, everybody just see me as a wrestler. And now, like, I had to show people that I can stand up and strike before I even got to the Contender Series, and then once I got on the Contender Series, I was able to open up a lot more. And then just watching earlier fights from when I first started to now, complete difference. I think confidence was one, not having confidence. I've come from a small town in Lemoore, and we produced really good boxers and stuff. I just never had to really show it when I was on the regional scene at the beginning, so kind of always had it in my back pocket. And finally, when I fought, I think Shorty Torres, I think everybody kind of seen like, oh, this guy can strike. I was like, oh, he just picked this up. I was like, I've been doing it for years. It's like, it's just time and place for everything.
So will we see more of you striking now, especially after your last victory? Will we see more of you trying to go for those knockouts?
I just kind of go with the flow. Everybody's like, oh, how did it feel when you knocked out the guy? I was like, honestly, I just threw a punch. I can't even tell you how the sequence landed or what I did. It just kind of landed. We train to fight more on instinct than kind of like more like a robot, right? You see a lot of guys train like certain things. You got to do this. You know, it's kind of like, and I don't criticize that way of training, but the way we train is more of a natural instinct. You know, Coach Colin Oyama, Tyler Wambos, and Mateus Nakash, we all they all have great styles, and they all bring different stuff, and I can just pick apart what I want, and kind of more freestyle of training and drilling, you know, where a lot of guys, it's like, hey, you have to do certain things. So for me, like I said, like wherever the fights goes, it goes. Obviously, I'm the first person I knocked out in 33 fights, so I don't think I'm a knockout artist.
It sounds like you do a lot of volume training, like not going hard, but going at a consistent pace. Would you recommend that for other fighters?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really spar out of camp unless one of my training partners that's there for me every time helps me, like, you know, like Ricky Simone, Chito Vera, these guys. If they're like, hey, we need a sparring partner, like, yeah, Cody Garbrandt, all these guys, yeah, of course. But I really don't spar too much out of camp. In camp, I'll spar once, maybe twice a week, just depending. And then a lot of volume training, a lot of drilling. You know, I think drilling's a lost art, I feel like sometimes. Everybody wants to go live. Everybody wants to show that, you know, they can hang with the toughest guys. And for me, it's all about drilling, getting all the basic fundamentals down.
I kind of know the answer, but can you still speak on like why you don't spar that much?
I mean, I have 33 fights. You know, when I was younger, I was sparring. So when I first got into sport, like I said, 2010, I was training in a garage with Coach Mito Morales and Timo Choa, and we just didn't know, like, it was crazy. I was sparring a lot, you know what I mean? But that's just the way we trained. That's no one taught us. And then once I got further into my career, the more I started talking to, obviously, high-level athletes, people in the UFC and stuff like that, they were kind of like, hey, like, we spar, but obviously it's not like how we used to. Like, you got to start doing this, and kind of just took things from other people, and kind of that's how I kind of set up my training now.
Mm-hmm. And going back to those 3 losses, is there any one of those fights you want to get back at?
All of them. I can tell you, I want to get back the fight where I fought John McAlooey back in 2011. Edgar Diaz, I already got that one back. Jared Papazi, and you know, all these guys that I've lost to, they still haunt me to this day. I'm a competitor, you know what I mean? And I don't like losing. It doesn't matter what it is, tic-tac-toe, you know, whatever. I can care less. I like to win, and obviously I want to get those fights back, and eventually I will.
And with victory this weekend, would you want to hop on the Sphere card?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, I was worried about the Saturday. I know for sure after this fight, I'm going to take a break. I haven't seen my son too much this year because I've been obviously training and stuff. So I want to spend some time with him. He's coming out today, so I'm excited to see him. I haven't seen him in a few weeks. If you guys know me, you guys know that my son's probably the most important thing in my life. I love him to death. He's he's always around me, so that's probably what I post the most about on social media. So I need to spend some time with him, take him to go to watch some monster trucks and stuff like that. So that's the biggest thing for me.
Sir, good luck.
Thank you.
Has he watched you fight before?
Yeah, actually, yeah. There's videos. When he was little, I think he was like about 1. When he started walking, there's a video I have. Bruce Buffer is announcing Clay Gunn versus Tuivasa, and when Bruce Buffer's like, and the baby's like coming up with his hands like this and his pamper and his time, and he starts running around. He'll watch me. When I fought Makaev, he was at my house here in Vegas, and his mom sent me a video. He's like looking at the TV. He's like, oh, daddy. And then when I got home, he was looking at the TV, looking at me, looking at the TV. He didn't understand what it was, but yeah, he's watched me fights. He knows what I do for a living, so it's pretty cool to see.
That's awesome.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
We were going to try out. We were going to try out his English, but we figured we'll give him a chance to talk. You know.
They just got playing a little me. Seja bem-vindo, sente, se aconchegue. Qual foi? Pá. We good to go?
Yep.
What was your initial thoughts when given this opponent?
Quais foram os teus pensamentos iniciais assim que você recebeu ele como oponente? Tipo, descobriu o nome, pensou o quê?
Positivo. Na verdade, de cara eu já fico feliz, né? Por ser um bom oponente. O UFC sempre só dá pedreira. E sem desculpa mais uma vez, né? Para poder proporcionar uma boa luta, né? Aos fãs, né? E como o Ultimate gosta, né? E o telespectador, uma luta agressiva, insana, para buscar bônus. E só gratidão.
Just always very thankful. I mean, the UFC always gives me the rough stuff, regardless, as I knew it was going to be. That's what you get in the UFC. They always give me that. But, just happy it's going to be another fight, tough fight, aggressive fight, another insane fight, trying to look for that bonus. And all gratitude. That's all.
What are you looking to show this weekend?
E o que você quer mostrar nesse sábado?
A gente só quer poder executar uma boa performance, né? Como de diversas vezes, e poder proporcionar uma guerra, uma batalha, para não deixar a desejar e resultado na mão de Deus, mas claro, sempre buscando a vitória.
Just want to put out a great performance, put on a strong performance out there. Another battle, not leave anything to chance. Obviously, leaving everything into the hands of God, but still, just always looking for the win and the finish.
Mm-hmm. I noticed you only had one fight last year. How active do you want to be this year?
O ano passado foi uma luta somente, né? Quão ativo você quer ser nesse ano?
Exatamente, por conta de lesões, aconteceu, cirurgia, recuperação. Graças a Deus estamos de volta no game. Pretendo voltar ao ritmo que eu executei, né? Que eu estava vindo antes da última luta.
Quantas lutas por ano, mais ou menos, você quer?
Eu consegui chegar a estar fazendo 3, depois de um ano fiz mais essa dali 4.
So, yeah, couple breaks because of injury, also surgery, rehab. So, I want to go back to, kind of executing the same way that I was before. So the same rhythm that I was before that fight. So just ask him just to clarify. 3 fights the year before, and then that 4th fight. So that's the rhythm that I want to try to do.
Mm-hmm. What has been some of the things you have done in training camp that have led to your recent success?
Quais foram algumas coisas que você fez nesse camp específico e em camps passados que você acha que levaram você a ter o teu sucesso, ou a sucessos e a vitórias?
Desde já a gente intensificou a buscar conhecimentos, nosso modo de dizer, pagar o preço. Então, desde então, eu pude vir mais para a América, finalmente, fazer mais os camps em Las Vegas, usando o PI. Consegui finalmente estar junto aí com um grande amigo meu, irmão, capitão, Alexandre Capitão, e a gente conseguiu desenvolver um bom trabalho. E desde então eu senti que isso deu uma ênfase, deu uma diferenciada ali com o nosso trabalho, claro. Meu raiz também junto, lá do norte, e com isso eu acredito que engrenou possibilidades melhores aí nesses trabalhos que veio tendo aí ultimamente.
We had to, turn it up a notch. We had to do some things that I would like to say in Brazil, pay the price, and do some sacrifices, and then be able to, come up to the United States, stay here in Vegas, do our training here in Vegas, use the PI a lot, and actually be able to train with a good friend, Capitão right here, Captain Alexandre Capitão, who's in here, and also, bringing up that northern Brazilian style that's really rough. And I think you combine those things, we've been able to actually have successful camps.
Without revealing too much, what are some things you see in Mao's game that you can maybe exploit?
Sem revelar muito, obviamente, que é um estratégico, mas o que você vê no jogo dele que você pode explorar? Falhas, algumas coisas que você acha que ele vacila?
Sim, sim, a gente fez um trabalho voltado em partes de trocações, mas também com trabalho de grappling, é uma boa possibilidade onde, claro, todo mundo é bem preparado, mas é um bom jogo que a gente quer investir também, né? Mas vamos sentindo a luta, vamos ver o acontecer.
Of course, we actually focused a lot on striking, which is something we feel strong about, and also the grappling. I think there's some work in grappling that we could put on there, but I think we need to fill things up or around during the fight. I think we need to feel how things are going in the fight. Let's let it happen.
What finish would you like more, a knockout or a submission?
E que finalização você gostaria mais, uma submissão ou knockout?
Bom, o currículo já fala por si só, né? Graças a Deus a gente está aí, tem os caos que tem lá, mas o que vier é bem-vindo, só gratidão.
I think my resume speaks for itself. You see, the KOs are right there. Be really great, but whatever comes, we're not going to complain. All full gratitude on this.
At this stage in your career, what's been a big life lesson you learned that you didn't know when you was younger in this game?
Nesse ponto da tua carreira, com as coisas que você passou na tua vida, o que você aprendeu que você não tinha aprendido, que você não sabia quando você era mais jovem?
É uma história gigante. Eu sou muito grato ao esporte que me salvou. Cara, é aquilo. Nunca desista, persistência. Acredite e pense sempre positivo. Sou muito grato ao Ultimate por poder realizar sonhos, poder me dar uma casa melhor para minha mãe, uma condição melhor para minha família, para minha filha, e poder ajudar quem é fechamento comigo. Eu tenho muita gratidão ao esporte, me ensinou demais isso. Me ensinou uma coisa muito importante: pague o preço. Tem que pagar o preço, senão, e muita fé em Deus.
It's been a long journey. I've seen a lot of my life. It's throughout my life, I think the message that I've learned a lot throughout this, and I said, never quit. Always have persistence, always think positive. I'm very grateful to the UFC for the condition that I've been able to have, to be able to afford to give my mom a better home, to be able to help people. Also, to be able to help those who are, close to me and those really they're tight with me, and I'm able to help them as well. But the one lesson that all of this has taught me in my career: pay the price. You got to pay the price.
Thank you. Good luck on your fight.
Thank you.
And you mentioned, lots of experience. You've been doing this for quite some time. Is it still as enjoyable as it was in the beginning?
Você falou experiência, faz tempo que você está fazendo isso. Ainda dá para se divertir? Ainda é divertido?
Ainda é muito divertido. Esse é meu dizer, viu? É divertido. Não dá muito, sim. Vai muito também. Que a gente só quer brigar.
It's really funny. It's really fun. It's really fun. It's really entertaining. It's something I always say. It's really fun. All we want to do is brawl, man. Want to go at it.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy traveling to Las Vegas? I'm sure you'd like to fight in Brazil, but is it fun traveling international, dealing with some of the different challenges that traveling to a fight brings to you?
Você gosta de vir para Las Vegas? Eu sei que lutar no Brasil é uma coisa que deveria ser legal, mas você gosta de vir para cá? Tem o desafio da viagem, da distância, tudo mais. Você gosta de vir para cá e fazer camp por aqui, treinar por aqui? Ou vir lutar aqui?
Sim, sim. Se passou a ser algo bem legal, principalmente essa semana Fight Week aí, né? Mas é muito bom. Claro que a gente tem um desejo sempre de estar lutando no Brasil ali, né? Já tô afim, com muita vontade. Não deu para ir no UFC Rio. Vamos ver se vai dar na edição que vai vir agora aí, segundo semestre. Mas é da hora vir para cá para Vegas. A ideia é vir mais, a pretensão é passar mais vezes e mais fases aqui.
I think this is something that has turned out to be much better and turned out to be a good thing to come here. Of course, I'd love to fight in Brazil. Unfortunately, I missed the one in Rio. Hopefully, be able to fight in the next Brazilian card, maybe in the second half of the year. But I like it here. It gets better every time, and I think we're looking forward to actually having the different stages of my career here and having different having fulfill different steps in my career when I'm coming here.
And I know it gets very, very hot in Brazil, but right now we're in the middle of a heat wave here in Vegas. You know, what do you think about the heat wave and the weather outside? Have you been able to, I'm sure it's maybe made it harder to train outside, but what do you think about all this heat out here right now?
Eu sei que faz calor desgraçado no Brasil, em vários lugares, mas aqui o calor tá brabo. A gente está passando por uma onda de calor. Você tem sentido essa onda de calor? Você está conseguindo administrar?
Agora já deu para sintonizar mais, né? Mas logo quando chegou, eu peguei logo uma pancada, 43 graus, se eu não me engano. Eu fiquei assim, porra, mano. Fritar o ovo da dieta aqui nesse asfalto. Que é pra...
Quando é que você chegou?
Eu cheguei semana passada.
So I got here last week, just confirmed. Like, yeah, it's when I got in, and now I'm like I'm settling down on this, but when I got here, it was a hit, man. I got hit big time with this. It's like, what's going on? I think it was might have been the day it was like 111 or something, 110. And I said, well, I guess I can fry an egg on the streets here because this is a lot.
Yeah. And last for me, your keys to the victory. What needs to happen on Saturday to make sure that you get your arm raised?
Última pergunta dele. Chaves para a vitória. O que você acha que precisa acontecer no sábado para sair com o braço levantado?
Vamos para cima com muita fé e vontade, aquela garra de sempre do caboclo do norte, né? Buscar arriscar, buscar acreditar nos trabalhos dos coaches, ir para cima, arriscar mesmo. E vamos que vamos. Todo mundo sabe, a gente não deixa a desejar, só vai arriscar o trabalho naquela raça do norte e amém.
Having a lot of faith, a lot of confidence, having the attitude from someone from northern Brazil, that dude from up there. Always looking for things, never leaving things to chance. Don't leave anything out there, and always looking, just bringing the guts that you actually bring from the north of Brazil, and just go for it.
I love it. Thank you.
One more. Speaking of the traveling, how much would it mean to you if the UFC just built a PI and an Apex like in Brazil?
Falando de viajar, você também mencionou vir no PI aqui. O quanto significaria para você se o UFC tivesse PI no Brasil?
Oh, nice. Tudo de bom. Eu ia morar lá, me internava lá e só sucesso.
Be amazing. I just live there, basically just make my home out there, just, you can pretty much eat, breathe, and die there. And it'll be just, very successful.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, sir?
What's up, man?
Not much. What was your initial thoughts when giving this opponent?
What was my initial thoughts? I love the matchup. I know it favors me a lot, so I was honestly really excited for it.
Did you feel like this was a step up for your career or a step down?
I didn't think of it any type of way. I just knew he's just an opponent that I'm going to get through, and that's it.
What are you looking to show this weekend?
I'm going to show my full form because my UFC debut, I went up a weight. It was on 4 days' notice following a fight 7 days before. So this time, you guys are going to see the real Twilight Timmy.
How do you feel mentally then coming here with full training camp?
Oh, I feel amazing, My weight's good. I'm honestly, I'm ready to fight right now, even though I'm cutting weight. Like, I feel strong. And Saturday night, I'm going to unleash the full version of me.
I know you can't probably speak on all of it, but if you can share a little bit, what are some holes you maybe saw in his game that you can exploit?
I know he's a tough competitor. He comes to fight, but I know simply stylistically, I'm the better fighter, I'm the smarter fighter, and I'm a lot faster. So I know my speed's gonna play a big factor, my timing, and my combinations.
How would you like to finish this fight?
Sorry, say it again?
How would you like to finish this fight this weekend?
Whatever presents itself, whether it's submission, a punch, or a head kick, it doesn't matter to me.
Do you feel like you walking into this fight as the underdog?
No, in my head, I'm not. I know that I'm the favorite, but I'm treating this fight very seriously, of course. But I know that I'm gonna dominate this fight.
Thank you. Good luck.
Were you able to take anything away from that last fight that you maybe corrected for this fight?
Anything I corrected, I mean, I really just did the best I could with that situation, But I could say going into that third round, I could have made better adjustments to win that fight because it was close. But, it's all about would have, could have, should have at this point. So I'm just taking that one on the chin, 4-day notice up a weight class. Now I'm here at 45, and now I'm going to really showcase myself.
And that being said, on the flip side, your opponent's coming in with 2 losses on his shoulders. Is that something you think that he's going to have that pressure or something that's going to be in the back of his head that maybe might make him fight a little bit more erratically because he does have that pressure?
He might. He either might be extra cautious or he might be extra careless. But either way, we're ready for both styles.
What part of the cage are you most excited for? I mean, are you the kind that wants to get in the middle of the cage and throw hands, or, are you the kind that would like to see it get to the ground so you could dominate with maybe a little ground and pound?
Honestly, I'm just all about winning. I don't care if I got to use my footwork, if I got to stand in the middle, if I got to take him down for 3 rounds and hold him down, or if I got to choke him out. Either way, I'm just all about winning. So if I got to, whatever it takes.
And if you do get the win, how active do you want to stay this year? I mean, you got any other goals that you're hoping for 2024?
I do want to stay active, I love fighting. I've been doing this my whole life. So after this fight, get this one done, and then we'll talk about what's next.
So since you've been doing this whole life, who's your biggest supporter that's going to be maybe here supporting you on Saturday?
It's going to be my family. My mom, she sacrificed so much for me growing up. My little brother, my grandma, they really sacrificed a lot. They were there for me for my first kickboxing fight when I was 10 years old to my Contender Series fight. Unfortunately, they couldn't come to the Apex show when I made my debut because, it depends. Yeah. But honestly, doing this for them is honestly an amazing feeling.
How was that first conversation when you told Mom, I want to be a fighter, I want to be a professional fighter? How did that conversation go?
She was very supportive about it, honestly. She was all for it. She just told me, she's like, you'll get through high school, and then we'll talk about it. I got through high school. A month later, I made my amateur debut, and I took off from there.
That's awesome. I guess keys to the victory. What needs to happen to make sure that you get your hands raised on Saturday?
Just controlling the pace, getting my jab going, in and out, good rhythm, not letting them get a beat on me, and using my fast combinations.
Awesome. Best of luck on Saturday.
One more. Going back to the Dana White Contender Series, and even though you fell short on the debut, but what does it mean to just, accomplish a goal and be a UFC fighter?
It feels amazing because I remember as a little kid, growing up in the gym, seeing all the UFC fighters, training for their fights and getting to talk to them. And when I was a teenager, getting to spar with them, just seeing that and then being in the position that they're in now is just a great feeling.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Josh, thanks for joining us today. Just a couple of days outside of your fight. How you feeling right now?
Feeling great.
Can you grab the mic? Thanks, buddy.
I'm feeling great. Looking forward to this one. I made a lot of growth, and each fight I plan on getting better. I feel I'm getting better, learning myself. I'm still early in my career and looking to make it a long one, and looking forward to this bout.
That's awesome. When you say growth, are you talking just in particular of where you stand just in your martial arts career, or just in reference to, because the last couple of outings haven't had the greatest endings for you. Is the growth just from what you learned from that, or just overall in just where you are in your martial arts career?
The growth I'm talking about is maturity as a person, maturity as a fighter. I believe in fights, you learn something. You learn more from your losses than your wins. And I believe it's turning me into the man and the fighter I am today. And I just seek the growth out. I'm not focused on the result of a fight, but of course I'm looking for that victory, looking for that W. But if it doesn't go my way, I'm going to reflect on it, grow from it, and make the adjustments.
And that growth, is that something that's just within yourself that you're trying to figure things out, or do you have some mentors or people that you're leaning on as examples to kind of help shape that growth?
I have some great mentors in my corner. My main mentor is Michael Costa. He's my main coach since day one, and he's just a great role model. He focuses on strengthening the mind rather than just focusing on the body, the physical shape, and making the adjustments, removing the emotion from the fight, fighting intelligently, as well as being able to adjust to any situation that arises. And in fights, things don't always go your way. You have to be able to adjust, and that's what I took from my last fights, and looking to do that, remove the emotion from the fights, fight a little more intelligently, adjust to the situation at hand, and be a little more free in there, not think about fighting one certain way, trying to win one certain way, but focusing on what the opponent gives me and seeking the opportunities. If the opportunities that I'm going in with aren't arising, then I'll create the opportunity. I'll set up some things, and that's what I look forward to do this weekend. I got a great opponent to do that with, a nice clash of styles. So I hope he comes in healthy and at his best, and we'll have a good fight.
Well, speaking of it, when you got the name, what were your initial thoughts? Did you immediately happy? Is he a fighter that you were familiar with? Have you seen previous tape? And what were your thoughts when you got that name? And what are you expecting from him in the fight on Saturday?
Adam Fugitt is a great fighter. He brings a lot to the table. He's well seasoned, and I'm looking to just have a clash of styles. I'm more heavy in the stand-up. He's more heavy in the clinch and grappling, but I believe we can both mix it up. He's good at mixing it up, and I've been developing both parts of my game. So looking to showcase some of my grappling and the clinch that I've been working on, and just being ready for any situation that arises.
And when you mentioned that being free, just sort of as the fight comes to you, does that help to kind of just put those past fights? Do you go in every fight just completely focus on the future, like not carrying anything from the past fights? And is that part of being free when you go in there?
That's a great question. I do plan on being a little more free, a little less rigid in my approach. The past fights I've been a little one-dimensional, and I'm looking to just be able to mix it up, be a little more free in the way to adjust to the situation, study my opponent, not just go in looking to punch the guy in the face, but set up some things, be a little more measured. And I believe I have some good strengths, and I believe if I be patient and implement those, then I'll get the victory.
And speaking of that, is there any pressure to get like a definitive win? Like, is it just about going out and getting the win to get in the win column, or is it to write the past? You want to get a definitive finish or something flashy out there, or is just a win enough?
I'm always looking to make a statement when I fight. Always looking to represent a good character, as well as going for that victory and being dominant. That's being able to mix it up in whatever aspects, whether it's a grappling, whether it's a clinch, whether it's striking. I would like to dominate each position, and I've been working on each part of the game, so I believe I'm coming in well-rounded and ready for whatever my opponent comes with. And, you know, I'm looking to be a little more free in there and just set up my shots. And I believe I got what it takes. I have the proper strategy, but my coach has been emphasizing it's not about having a good right hand. It's not about having certain techniques, but using them at the right time. And I believe that comes with maturity. That comes with fighting a little more intelligently rather than just going off instinct, going off reaction. So I believe what's important when in life or in a fight is to be present in the moment, not be worried about what happened before, what's going to happen in the future. So I plan, and I'm going in there, being present in there, being in there more free and more happy, and I believe that's going to be part of my victory.
That's awesome. And I'm sure, you know, having a coach that's been with you for so long, that growth, you know, taking advice, you know, knowing that you could trust somebody, how special is it to have that coach that's been with you since the beginning, with you now, still kind of, you know, along this journey? Is that something that you really cherish?
Having my coach since the beginning and being able to mature with him, he's able to know my strengths and my weaknesses by working together for so long. And he understands me. I believe we developed a strong bond throughout our career, throughout our progression in this journey. So I'm blessed to have Michael Costa in my corner, and he comes with some roots himself. He's a previous professional fighter. He got brought up in the shoot box style, and he has a good fight IQ and good mind for the game. So I believe that that's going to help me, having that bond, having that coach in the corner to be my anchor in there and tell me what I need to know or what I need to adjust in each moment. So, of course, it's just me in there, but I'm bringing in a good team. So I'm happy with the people around me.
In 2024, you know, we still got a little bit of time left. I mean, are you hoping to get another fight in by the end of the year? And how active do you normally like to be in a year?
The activity I want to be in the year, I set a goal this past year going into 2024 for 3 to 4 fights. I want to be fairly active, and that's my goal. So this is my third. Is this my third fight? Second fight? Second fight right now?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want to stay active. I want to continue having this. It's an opportunity to adjust and get better. I believe that I'm growing as a fighter, and I'm showing some progression. So I'm grateful, really grateful for this opportunity to have this opportunity in the UFC on the stage. So each fight is a blessing, and I'm going in there with a great mindset and going in there for war.
Last for me, what are your keys to the victory? What needs to happen to make sure that you get your hands raised on Saturday?
My keys to victory is just being free in there, being happy, and being present, not being caught up. Sometimes we go from moment to moment, and whether each moment doesn't go our way, we start maybe a downward spiral. We focus on what just happened. Each moment is a new moment. So I'm focused on being able to reset, being able to adjust to the situation, and get that victory by any means possible. I believe I'm well-rounded, so wherever the fight goes, I'm ready to do it. I've been working on all aspects.
Can you speak on how much your faith means to you in times like this right now?
I appreciate the question. You know, faith is a big part of my life, and it guides me to the demeanor I have and just guides me to the choices I make. I believe that, you know, God, Jesus Christ led a great example, and that's the example that I've been able to develop and create a relationship that I'd like to resemble part of that, and it guides my life. And every day is a challenge. Each day comes with opportunities, and just focusing on maybe one fight or one event in your life, you know, it's a great opportunity. But I focus on the challenges each day. I start with gratitude, and each day is a blessing. Even when we're cutting weight and we're having some challenges in that aspect, I just take it day by day and each challenge is an opportunity, just like this fight is an opportunity, and opportunity to represent a good character, to be, you know, I'm not just going to war for some accolades or for acknowledgement, but to show a good character and to just, you know, this is my way of giving God the glory. So win or lose, I plan on giving God the glory.
Can you tie that into this quote you said, the hard times make the good memories?
Of course, of course. You know, there's peaks and valleys in every journey. If everybody sets a goal and thinks it's going to be a straight way up, then they're mistaken. There's peaks and valleys, and the lows make the highs. And I believe that we have to be able to develop, and, you know, as we're on our lows or as we have certain challenges that we face, hold strong to our anchors in our life. And faith is one of my anchors, and I believe it's keeping me strong, keeping me at peace. And even through the storms, we all have different storms, whether it's injuries, whether it's relationships, whether it's challenges. But if we can have some good anchors in our life, I believe that will give us the principles and the values to approach and succeed.
Thank you. Good luck on your fight.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
это мини-пресс-конференция.
You want to start this? Asu, just a couple of days out from a fight. How are the emotions and how was fight camp coming into this fight week?
Пару дней до боя. Какие у тебя эмоции? Какие ощущения?
Эмоция жақсы. Үшінші жекпе-жекті өткізейін деп жатырық. Өте қуаныштымын. Және де прелимде төбелесейін деп жатқаныма. Дайындық. Енді толық эмоция жеңістен кейін болады.
I have good emotions. I'm ready. It's my third fight, but I will show all my emotions after the winning.
How good does it feel? You said it's your third fight, but you're already on the main card. You know, that's got to feel pretty good. Does that show you what confidence the UFC has in your abilities?
Это твой третий бой, и ты уже в мейн-карде. Это показывает, что UFC уверены в тебе, в твоих навыках. Что ты думаешь об этом?
Иә, қуаныштымын. Бірден осындай жоғары рейтингте төбелесіп жатқаныма. Және де мен өзімнің потенциалымды білем. Әзірше енді UFC беріп жатқан жауынгерлермен шығуға тура келеді. Бірақ жекпе-жектен кейін определенный қарсыластарға вызов тастаймыз.
Of course, I'm happy that I'm in main card, and I believe in my abilities. But after the fight, I hope I will call someone from top 10.
Do you have a name already in mind that you want to maybe give us now, or is it you just want to call out any top 10 after a win?
У тебя уже есть определенное имя, и можешь ли ты сейчас сказать или скажешь после боя?
Жекпе-жектен кейін айтамыз.
After the fight.
Gotcha. Looking at your opponent, you know, what do you think about Jose Johnson, and you know, where is he dangerous, and what are you expecting from him on fight night?
Смотря на твоего оппонента Хосе Джонсона, как ты думаешь, в чем он опасен?
Ол жақсы боец. Барлық жағынан, бойлың ұзындығы жағынан, күресі, стойкасы, тұрып төбелесу тәжірибесі бәрі жақсы. Бірақ мен бұл спортта көп болды келе жатқаныма. Бұл жерде енді қандай қарсылас болмасын, өзімнің кез келген спортсменге өзімнің стратегиям бар. Сондықтан тек ойымда басқа, жеңістен басқа ештеңе жоқ. Сондықтан жеңіс үшін барлық мүмкіндіктерін бәрін жасаймын.
Of course, he's a good fighter. He has good striking, good wrestling, but I'm already long in this sport, and all the time I have strategy for every fighter who I fight with.
And for the UFC fans that maybe haven't seen you fight before, how would you describe your fight style?
Как ты опишешь свой бойцовский стиль?
Мен білмеймін, енді көбінесе өзімді ойлаймын, Джордж Самперге ұқсайды деп, өйткені Арман Царукян осындай сияқты боецтерге, өйткені олар да күрес алады, тұрып та төбелес алады. Енді бұл жерде ереже шекпе-жек, бұл жерде барлық спорттан жақсы деңгейде болуың қажет, бірақ өзіңнің бір определенный базаң болу керек. Енді менің базам көбінесе күреске жақын, физикалық тұрғыдан да бәрінен жақсы көрсеткіш бар. Сондықтан мен солай ойлаймын.
Of course, my strongest side is wrestling, and I think I'm fighting like George St. Pierre or Armand Tsarukyan.
Did you ever get a chance to meet George St. Pierre? Anybody like that? Have you met one of those?
Когда-нибудь у тебя была возможность увидеть Джорджа St. Pierre, встретить его?
Жоқ, енді онда ойда болған жоқ, бірақ спортсмен ретінде, мықты боец ретінде жақсы сыйлаймын.
I didn't have such a chance, but I think he's a very good fighter, and I respect him very much.
That's great. And I know you said you want to call out a top 10. Will that happen regardless of how you win, or do you have to get a very explosive finish up there and then call out a top 10, or are you going to call out a top 10 fighter no matter what if you get the win?
Как ты думаешь, ты вызовешь бойца с топ-10, если ты выиграешь ярко, либо просто выиграешь решением? В любом случае ты будешь вызывать бойцов с топ-10.
Это будет, следующий соперник, который я буду вызывать, топ-10 или топ-5, это будем после боя смотреть. Постараемся хороший зрелищный бой показать, но в данный момент я сфокусирован именно на этом бое. И далеко вперед идти тоже не хочу. Но, как я сказал, имя есть в голове. Я буду вызывать. Если они откликнутся каким-то образом, будем рады очень.
It depends of the result of the fight, but it doesn't matter. I will call anyone.
And last for me, what are your keys to the victory? What needs to happen to make sure you get your arm raised on Saturday?
Could you repeat, please?
Sure. Like, what needs to happen for him to make sure that he get his arm raised in a victory? What things need to happen for him in this fight?
Что ты думаешь должно произойти для того, чтобы твою руку подняли в конце боя?
Шығып, сенімді түрде төбелесу, өзіңнің стратегияңнан алыс кетпеу, және де қандай мүмкіндік, кішкентай иненің ұшындай мүмкіндік болса, сол мүмкіндік пайдаланып жеңіске жету, и барлық жағынан өзіңді және осы жекпе-жектен қанша уақыт дайындалғаннан әрбір сәтінен ләззат алу.
To keep my strategy and fight any possibility to finish the fight.
Good luck on Saturday.